Hello everyone and welcome to yet another live coding and chill. I'm your host, Johnny. Super excited to be here. Hope you're having lovely weeks and you're gonna have lovely Fridays with me here coding along and lovely weekends without me. Today, I'm extra excited actually because we'll be doing a super requested feature. We'll be adding authentication to our app. As a reminder, we've done two big series in this year. First one was all about making a portfolio project that you can slide into people's DMs and tell them, do you want the market design? Do you want the portfolio? And with, I'd say, minimal web dev experience, like if you maybe know a few things about JavaScript, I think you can follow along and get to this result. We follow the SvelteKit wizard and go from scratch. But to get to that point, maybe you need to know a little bit about Node. Maybe you need to know a little bit about how to install Node on your machine. We talk about those things, but you do need to know a little bit about JavaScript and the ecosystem. But very possible, if you're curious, if you found this stream, I think you can do it, follow along and offer this service to other people or make it as a gift to a dear friend. And then we repurposed this app to create an app that actually talks to other APIs and databases. Because the bread and butter of web dev is rendering data and showing it nicely on the screen. On the previous live streams, we've done a lot about filtering and searching and even taking care of things such as caching. So you can see that some requests happen immediately, while some others, like new searches, take like a little bit of time. Like the website is too performant, so you don't get to see the skeleton UI that we've also drafted here. And we've also done pagination as well, and lots of cool things. But what people really want now at this point, all right, you can do a static website. Now you can do a dynamic website and you can have like a bit of a CMS content management system situation going where your client can somehow get in the database and edit some records. But now you want an infinite amount of users to be able to log into your app and maybe favorite their favorite loot drops. This app is all about helping DMs or game designers figure out some good loot to drop to the parties that they're managing. And maybe you want the ability to favorite or save the ones that you like, so you can have this handy list when you organize your session. And maybe you want to propose and suggest your own loot drops as well. So a classic user account situation. You can favorite things and you can create your own records that people can save as well. And maybe there's a ranking system, lots of things that we're going to be tying into this app specifically, but also a generic enough problem that you should be able to do your own idea, your own app that needs user authentication authorization if you follow along with this. So at some point we'll have, let's maybe switch to the big screen here. We want a login page and you should be able to log in with GitHub. We'll definitely do that today. Maybe we'll do login with Google. Let me know in the chat if you want another Auth, they're called provider, login with Discord, login with whatever you want, let me know. And eventually, not in this stream, we will do login with magical links. We'll be talking a lot about how you can safely test this because almost every app needs authorization. Almost every company that I've seen hates testing or authentication and authorization, but it can be done. We have done a lot of stuff with testing. I've set up Playwright to run some automated tests on various devices, emulating various devices. This is mobile Safari, for example. And even though I've set a delay for how fast it should be doing the operations, it's still doing the navigation test faster than any human. This is Firefox working with the pagination UI really fast. And this is Chrome doing the search and filtering test. The mailing list test, like do you get the error in the end, like error case test. We've done a lot of cool things in this project for sure. Today it is going to be authentication and we're going to be using the SQLite database adapter ORM Drizzle that we've used before, but for authorization we will be going with Lucia. So in the past we've used Auth.js. You may remember from the SvelteKit Learn streams. We use that for the SvelteKit dashboard, and we've used it for the Johnnify website itself. So if you want to see the implementation here, feel free to go to this site and you can log out, log in. Well, first you need to log in and then you're able to log out. This is done with Auth.js, but there are some limitations that we're going to discuss. And most of all, I want to provide different examples so you'll know why I'm choosing this library over the other. And maybe like it's give and take situation, advantage, disadvantage situation. And in your case, maybe you want to go with Auth.js, or maybe you want to go with Lucia, or maybe you want to go with Supabase. So if I show in the live streams the different libraries, you'll be able to find and mix and match the tech that is in your stack. And as always, links in the descriptions for all these live projects. You can actually get in and click around and see, do they work well? Do they work like something you do want to build? And if you support with Johnnify Premium here, then you get the GitHub code as well. You see all the private GitHub repositories that I've got, including this one that does have the Auth.js solution, for example. Again, ideally, you follow along and you learn along with me, but maybe you want to follow along a little bit and then end up with a starter that you can just clone and repurpose and save like 15 hours of live stream or however long you want. But you have this content base of 30 hours of live stream for across the two projects just from these ones that we've been doing. So, and it also supports me as well, shows me that people want to see more of this. Always nice. Of course, the most important thing is your attention. I appreciate your attention and I appreciate you being here. So we've also used Supabase in the past, and I would say maybe that's the best solution if you don't want to worry too much about Auth. Supabase does give you a Postgres database and has great documentation on how to do the social logins with specific instructions about some of the popular ones here. And Auth.js is a bit in between Lucia and Supabase. Auth.js you can use with something like Drizzle and an SQLite database, which we're using in this project. And it tries to do some of the magic where it gives you their Svelte components. It creates some server-side hooks, methods, actions for you, and you don't need to worry about it too much. So you don't need to get as hands-on with the code, but the documentation isn't that great. And if you want to do something even more specific, even more unique to you, so the magic login experience, if you want to be in control with that, that's hard to do with the Auth.js because they don't expose the methods that they're really using behind the scenes that easily. And then there is Lucia, which we are using today, which is the one that has the worst docs out of them all, but gets you exposed to more of the fundamentals of how the login process should work and is working, and you're in control where to store stuff, how to store it, how to encrypt it, that sort of thing. So I think if you don't want to worry about it too much and you're up for signing up for Supabase, which does offer a couple free projects as well, if you don't have any others, go with that one. If you already know Auth, or you want to figure out if you already know Auth somehow, then maybe consider Auth.js. It's doing better. Like the thing that happened yesterday is they had a patch release which actually broke the functionality of the site, so a breaking patch release, which, you know, it's sad when that happens. Should I open a link of Auth.js? It's here. It's good. It's workable. We've worked on it on a couple of projects, but I know a few things about Auth, and like this middleware, well, if you kind of know what's happening with Auth, but don't want to worry about it too much at this stage in your career, then you can just use this, and you don't want to be too much in control of your UI. It's going to work. Go with that one. But today we're going to go closer to the metal, and we're going to go with Lucia, Auth, be in control of everything, and maybe understand more things in the process. Swapnil in the chat, what is your preferred method of adding single sign-on? So it depends on what we're using. Classic answer to everything, depends. On most big projects, I do use Supabase, and Supabase does have their own like single sign-on docs. So if single sign-on is super important for the client, I think that's another reason I would suggest using Supabase for that project. I think it's easier to do with that one for me. But that's my preferred one. There are many other solutions you can use. I'd say that's my favorite one. It depends though. They're through Okta. Like I'll need to come back to you on that one. And with Lucia as well, I suspect that would be a prime case of the most complicated one. So Okta is the one I've used in the past a lot in like more professional projects as well. And when you say preferred, it's like, is it good? Did I enjoy working with it? Not really, but did it work? Yes. So that was good enough, I'd say. Right. So great question for sure. We've talked about Auth User accounts and what we're doing. We've talked about Lucia versus Auth.js versus Supabase. Lucia, most complicated, most things that we're going to learn here together. Auth.js, mid-complicated and mid things that you're going to learn. I have used it in a couple previous live streams. Another reason that I'm going for a different one now to show more options for you. But also, I don't like it sort of magic when things are batteries included and they are the batteries that I want. I love them. When they are kind of like off, I'm like, let's just do it differently. Supabase is the most batteries included and I kind of like their options, and their free tier is good up to 2 projects. And because in real projects, I do like having a dev or a stage in a real production database, then that exhausts the free tier immediately just from that. And it is the most expensive solution of those, because these solutions are free. After all, you just need to be, but you pay for your time and you pay a third party to host your database and that sort of thing. So that's definitely something to keep in mind. I'd say this is like the easiest and the best documented, but it's going to be most expensive for you in the end. But if you're doing this for a client, it's more expensive for them and you give them a great product, so everyone is happy. But let's see how we do today with Lucia. All right, 10 to 15 minutes of preamble, which I think is little for my standards, and we can slowly get going. Even this project as well. The GitHub repo is publicly available. It's not publicly available. The SvelteKit dashboard project is open source and free. This repo, you do need Johnnify Premium to actually see. So keep that in mind. The prices will only go up because we keep adding things. So this project is going to have a proper authentication flow. So it can only go up. Right. So do we need a further reminder of what we've done here? Not really. This one we're using, so for the newsletters email capture, we're using a service called Recent, which is also a SendGrid, MailChimp type of email send service, but can also do the MailChimp style or ConvertKit style. How do they call it? User list management, mailing list management type of thing, audience management type of thing. So we're using them to keep track of how of the people that wanted to be notified when we add user accounts and stuff like this into this project. And now we'll consider maybe switching to just storing this in our own database. We'll see what we'll do. And I mentioned we have the loot tables functionality where you can search and can find stuff. But eventually, let's say, oh, Photon Blade, I want to use it in my Mass Effect custom campaign, then I want to be able to save it. And for that, you want user accounts. Even if you don't really expose user accounts, you would want an auth flow if you just wanted an admin dashboard for your client, for yourself and your client, to easily edit that stuff instead of running database migrations or whatever you were doing in the past. But this is our goal, user flow, so you're able to save the existing loot, and then in a live stream in the future, if you're interested about that, then you will be able to suggest your own loot, create your own loot, update the ones that you have created. So the authorization aspect of Auth, it's authentication and authorization. So now it's mostly going to be about the authentication aspect of Auth. And I think that is it. I mentioned that we do have end-to-end tests quite a lot. How long do they take to run? Not that long, and it's automated anyway. By the time you've reviewed the PR and the code changes, they've passed, which is good. But we also talked about how you can cover a lot of the edge case functionality with V-test, because those are going to be much faster, and you can just have the essential journeys here. So I think the backend is an SQLite database, which is running locally at the moment, but we also have a dev and a production database hosted by Turso, which is a very cool project in itself. So at Turso SQLite, we'll be doing more cool things about that in the future, and we're talking to those databases with something called Drizzle. Drizzle is a great ORM, it's very fun. I like their little testimonials that are quite funny. Django had it in 2008. Drizzle is a tailwind of SQL. Now that's a testimonial and a half. Great. They update this so often. Like, nothing about Prisma here. All right. There's a performance thing. Cool. So for Lucia to work with Drizzle, they have this adapter here. And I suspect there must be something about Lucia that we need to install first. They want the Lucia library itself and Oslo, which does things like user IDs and encryptions and those things, I believe. So let's follow the instructions and add them. And something that has happened recently with my streaming software, like the past few months, like whenever I try to go back to the Chrome window, it goes back to the code window. And maybe it started happening because OBS is also recording the stream, but it didn't used to happen. I don't know. Apologies. It is driving me nuts, but I'm gonna live with that. So we'll make it to the terminal and npm add d Lucia Oslo. This may be the first time ever that I've done npm add first instead of npm install. So I'm proud of myself. So we've brought these dependencies and we need one more specifically because we know we'll be working with Drizzle. And what does Lucia do? Well, in order for it to validate your social login flows or your magic link flows and whatnot, it needs to keep records of what the user is, what the email is, and what's like the challenge code or the part key exchange thingy is, and how long the session should be valid for, that sort of thing. And Lucia can work without a database, but we have the database here. Why not work with that? No need to worry too much about JWT, JSON Web Tokens, and that sort of thing. So in order for Lucia in this project to work, we will need to make some changes to our database schema because we will be storing stuff about the user in the user table, and we'll be using those things in the future we need a database anyway. We have a database to do the loot, and we need a database to associate specific loot to specific users, so not just anyone can edit every loot that we have. We're gonna have some permissions, right? Another thing with Supabase as well, it's usually more expensive, but you do get a nice Postgres with an easy way to set up row-level security, which is great for many, many reasons. One of them being it's easier to have the business logic of who should be able to see what records and who should be able to create and update records or delete records in that in those row-level security rules. You don't have that business logic in your app, so you don't forget to say, oh, this user ID needs to match, this user needs to be inside this company. You don't need that code in your SvelteKit app. You have it in the row-level security and it just works. We won't have that, which I think is simpler, both simpler and cooler to have in your CV. So win-win. Today, we'll be doing the more traditional style, no row-level security with SQLite. We'll be checking whether some loot does belong to a specific user just by manually checking our user ID in our database queries. But that's by the by. The whole point of this is that in order for Lucia to work, it needs a couple tables. And the way hello Carol, nice to see you here. We did do the search and pagination stuff. You can click around and tell me if it's close to what you want to do, which I think is quite cool. And the inspiration, the photography and the film camera and actual film roll website you showed me was very, very cool in the Discord. Did play around with it a lot. So in Drizzle, there are a few ways we can define our database schema. And what we've done is nest things quite heavily. So in our source lib server db schema directory, we have a loot.ts, which just has our loot table. Loot is everything we're seeing here. And we've configured Drizzle to scan everything that's inside that directory. There are a few ways you can work with Drizzle. You can just have the one file that has all your tables, which I don't like. You can have one file per table, which makes sense. But what I do like as well is to meaningfully group the various tables that should be together. So what I've been doing for auth is declaring an Auth.js schema, which can have, for example, our users table today and our sessions table. And Carol, if you're going through the Paulina Papper stream, what a name! I was looking for a random name and came up with it in the moment. And I ended up with a really cool one because I always think about that portfolio project as Pappers as well. So brilliant with me, if I may say so myself. And yeah, I did that stream going deep into Svelte 5 because I was very, very curious and was surprised to see actually, even though we do a lot of stuff server side, we did need to amend quite a lot of things to work with the Svelte 5 strict way. Most of all was how in Svelte 4 you had slots for components to have like children, other components be nested inside other components. But in Svelte 5, you need to use props, kind of like React style, I guess, in one of the props being children. But that's by the by, we talked about that a lot in those streams. And this project too, like it's doing all the rune stuff as well. Did Svelte 5 enable me to do things better? I like it more. So the Johnnify Premium project is Svelte 4, and when I go to update things there, I do like how Svelte 5 looks in the end. Not specifically because instead of on mount you have effect, but I guess the biggest thing is whenever a component needs to wrap a vanilla HTML component, which in this case is our icons, I guess. So the heart icon here. I love declaring the props like this. So I'm saying that this icon can get any attribute that's valid for a vanilla SVG element, and I just spread the props like this, and that's it. It's a bit more boilerplate with many magic methods in Svelte 4. I guess the button is like that as well. So if only for that, if only because I do like declaring the props and spreading the props like this in the Svelte 5 way, I'd say it has enabled me to have a more pleasurable experience. I'm more keen to like redress and have a template for a button or any other, an anchor or whatever other component. Now that I know that I don't need to go back and declare that, oh, it also takes this attribute and takes this attribute, export this, export let that. Like I just like this much more. So in that regard, definitely better. The derived state stuff, it's neat, but not that different. Like you used to do it like with dollar something, and then you declared something else. And that's just a matter of like being used to it. I don't think it's better or worse. I'd say the props, the way you define props is better in Svelte 5. I find it easier to work with and enables me to template more vanilla HTML elements more. The rest of the things are just things to get used to, which supposedly make the Svelte 5, the compiler, when it works with Svelte 5, it results in much more performant code. So that's good. So if it's pretty much the same and it's just a matter of taste of how you declare it, if it allows the compiler to do better stuff and result in more performant code, I'm in. So that's cool. The thing I wouldn't like, I guess, is that people, myself included, think that this is a method. It even says function here. But someone has told me that in theory, this is like a code hint. Anyway, like doesn't really matter. This is semantics. Right. So, auth file. I think we will declare all our auth related tables here in the one Auth.js schema for Drizzle. And Lucia, even though the docs aren't amazing, they are workable if you know where to look. So let's see what we get if we just paste this here. So we'll definitely need the Drizzle SQLite adapter, that's for sure. And here, I suppose we just need the, so what I said, forget about it. We don't need any of these, actually. We don't need the Drizzle connection, we don't need the adapter, we don't need anything like that. All we need is to define the tables, and what we've done in the project so far is just call them by their name. And the thing with Lucia is you are allowed to name your tables whatever you want. The cool thing with Drizzle is that you can have your table definition here, and then what you're working with is your exported tables. So you don't have to remember if you pluralized users or user, or did you camel case expires at, or whatever. Because you're using stuff with this export, it will know, TypeScript will know what to use, and it doesn't really matter what the columns are named behind the scene or what the columns are named behind the scene. Auth.js has a very specific schema that you need to adhere to. You need to copy paste their schema and make sure it's exactly the same, or else it's not going to work because it's going to magically just look for those tables. There is a way to get around it, but it's too complicated. But how Lucia works is that you give it the database connection and you give it your sessions table and your users table, and then it's going to query stuff from it, and that's it. So you can extend your users table as much as you like, and it's just going to work. So this one, we can call it sessions. We did the only table we have is loot, and you can't pluralize loot. Really, it's not loots, so doesn't really matter. Anyway, let's see for loot. What did we do for primary key? We can make this default to a random UUID, even though I guess it's gonna be Lucia that's gonna be creating the ID for us. I think so, not sure. I don't think we'd ever be creating a user without an ID. So let's keep that out. Let's not make it default to something random. And in the future, we're able to extend this as much as we want. But for now, let's just follow the instructions. The important things that they need is that you need a user ID, and for your session, you need to attach it to a user and then just expire that. So they need to go through the GitHub flow, for example, within the 5 seconds or 5 minutes, or however much you've decided to make things more secure. So these are the things, these are just our 2 tables defined, I suppose. But then we need to create an adapter for Lucia, which will pass somehow. So maybe here, do we need an auth adapter? Lucia adapter? Sure. And now let's paste in everything that we had before. We don't need this. Probably don't need this. Don't need this. All we need is to export a Lucia adapter, which is going to have our database connection right from the other file we created here. That's the one place. It's going to have our sessions table here, which we've declared in the auth schema, and our users table. Great. Now we've got the adapter, and now it's like, okay, I have the adapter. What do I do? Where do I pass it? Where do I use it? Who knows? But I suspect we'll be using it in our hook. And I think we have a hook file already because we used it for doing our flavor of dependency injection. We're using our handle to put in the locals the way we interact with our mailing list and the way we interact with our loot repository. So all the files, the loot page gets the loot repo from the locals and then does the operations to fetch the required amount of items from there. In this file, we want to be doing auth stuff. So I believe we've successfully created the Lucia database adapter. Let's do the Lucia stuff in that hook. So that'll happen on every request, which means that you will be able to validate whether a user has access to this route or not, if you're doing protected routes, and put the user session inside the local so you can access it if you want, that sort of thing. So let's move on. Here we go. We've installed this, and now it's telling us have an auth file here. They named it like this. Fair enough. And the adapter is the one that we're using. Great. And then, if I remember correctly, this can define what the user object is going to have as attributes as well. All right, so instead of a Lucia adapter, let's call this Auth.js. Why not? And what we want to export is Lucia. So maybe call this Lucia as our auth solution. And our adapter is going to be this. And it seems that we need to specify for the session cookie, make it a secure cookie only when we're not in dev mode, which in SvelteKit you can magically get from $app environment. And the TypeScript stuff here, we'll see. I think according to the configuration here, it specifies what the Lucia global has, but we'll find out soon enough. Keep that? No, maybe. Does this comment make more sense or less sense? I don't know. So what we actually have here in this Lucia file is the Lucia connection, and do name it Lucia, and then we go into our hook, and it just have the one complicated handle here. Let's copy it, see what we get. And as I've mentioned, we already have some logic to happen in our handle. The way SvelteKit works, if you have a hooks.server.js, it's gonna run whatever you export as the handle method before every request. So I do want this to happen every time, but maybe before this, I also want to have the auth stuff happening. And I can just make this method bigger, but SvelteKit also has a sequence helper method, which allows you to define lots of handles and have them happen in a sequence. And maybe I should export the docs here. Have a look at that. So a classic example, I guess they just say first and second, just for it to be more obvious what happens first, what happens second. But usually you'd have like your auth hook and then your dependency injection hook and then your analytics hook. I don't know, like, you'll have some things there. Your internal suggestion hook is something that we've done before. So I will actually name this dependency injection handle. Try to type it correctly, and then I'm going to paste the auth handle here, and we'll need to bring in Lucia as well. And here, that's where we declared it. Is that true? Ah, no, we put it in the DB directory. Let's have it in server. Should it be in the DB directory? Nah. Okay, so this one we don't want. And the auth handle is going to do stuff that we're going to have a look at later. But in the end, I want to export a handle again, which is going to sequence the two handles that we specified, which we can even keep in different files as well. So sequence helper from SvelteKit, and first let's say we want the auth handle happen, and then the dependency injection handle, which I just made up as a name. Cool. What does the auth handle do? It's using Lucia to get the name of our session cookie. If we have a session cookie, then if we don't have a session cookie, then it's putting null as the user and as the session in our locals object and returns quickly, which is our case in the app here. If there is a session cookie though, then Lucia validates whether the session is correct by looking into our database in our case, and also checks, is it a fresh session or not? If it is a fresh session, then it creates an even fresher session cookie, a different session cookie, I guess. This is the session ID cookie, and this is a different thing. And this one, I would imagine that it should be slash to cover our own domain. Anything in our app. Well, that's fine. But that's fine. Right. So if we have a session and it's a fresh session, still valid. So fresh means, is it still valid? I guess that's the thing that got me. Then we create a new session cookie to kind of refresh the session, I can only assume, and reset it. But if we don't have a session altogether, then we delete the session cookie, which is kind of weird with HTTP in browsers and how all that stuff works. To delete the cookie, you have to set the cookie, but have it expire immediately, essentially. So that's kind of cute. And I believe this would make it work with the current directory path, which I don't want to set the cookie just for like login or whatever. Well, this will make it work for the website. I think that's what we want. Right, so for a fresh session, we create a new session cookie. For a stale session, we make sure that we delete that stale cookie from the browser. And then we add the user and the session in the locals. Another difference with Auth.js. So Auth.js does magically put the user session in your locals for you and declares the type of the session for you, which is good magic if you like that sort of thing. But you are in control of whether you will be putting the user in the locals and the session in the locals and that stuff. If you don't want to put it, you don't put it, you don't use it. That's fine. But you're in control of what you're going to do here, and you're in control of what a user actually means in your case. In Auth.js, it means a very specific object. So if I wanted to have the user's GitHub handle, which I do here, then I need to run through some hoops to make it happen with Auth.js. But we will probably see later in this episode that with Lucia, you're in control of what the user, the logged in user means in Lucia. You can customize it, which you cannot in Auth.js. You have to go around hoops to do it. Right. Why is TypeScript complaining? It's complaining because we haven't defined that in the locals of our app, we have a user and we have a session. We do like the example, so we will be adding those two things in the locals. And I can only imagine that they have an example of what to actually add here. Oh, and they're bringing it in from Lucia. Interesting. So indeed, will we find it from Lucia? No? Still not suggested, even though I imported it. Anyway, we have it here. Don't think these are particularly helpful comments. So now, did we not do or null? Sit. So in the locals, we may have a user and we may have a session, or it will be null, as we've seen here. If you don't have a session cookie, then your user is null. Yeah, makes sense. TypeScript is happy as well. So we are able to use the user and the session elsewhere in the app. So this should mean the auth hook is done. Then it's like, next steps, have I done anything? We've done actually a lot, but we haven't provided a way for a user to log in. So they'll never have a session cookie set, they'll never have an account, they'll never make it to our users table, sadly. So let's do that next. Let's do login with GitHub, which is a common way to demo this sort of flow. We may do Google login as well, but Google login, you need to worry about having test users. Like you need to, if you don't want to have test users and you want everyone to log in, you have to authenticate your app, validate your app, like have a terms and conditions page, a policy page, and it gets reviewed and it gets accepted. So it's a few more steps. We may do it. We may see if it's hard or not. But with GitHub, it's kinda quick. So let's do it. We won't be using an example project because we're doing everything from scratch. I dislike when tutorials are like, oh, check out this project and comment this code. It works. You did it. They have their use cases. But that's not what we're doing here. And you may remember from the other times we've done a GitHub login, we need to go to GitHub and actually create a GitHub Auth app. That's one part, and then we'll go back to the code to do some changes to our database schema even. And we'll do even more to allow for multiple providers later in the episode. But for now, I guess, let's create an Auth app. For the Johnnify org. Lots of wonderful people already in here. And for that, we need to go to settings, developer settings, Auth apps. Here you go. We have Johnnify and Johnnify Dev here. But let's create another one. Let's do Goblin Dev. Again, I like having dev versions and real versions here. I guess for both the homepage could be the same. And do we have a nice README description here? Sure. So again, we're at the point where we've done a lot of the logic to like enable auth in our app. But if you go to your PM and say that I've done a lot of the code to enable the auth, but you don't give them like a login button, then I don't think they'll accept the delivery of your story, because on the user side, you haven't done anything, sadly. And oh, interesting. So they suggest to have the callback URL be like /login GitHub callback, and that's a bit silly. Let's do something else. Let's be wild. Let's prove that we can make different decisions if we go with Lucia. So a common one would be to have a prefix for auth, and have auth callback GitHub specifically for this provider, because then in the future we can have auth callback Google or auth callback Magic, or we can just have like callback without the auth prefix. I don't know, up to you. Let me know if you want me to do something different, then I would, and I will. And the thing with GitHub, the bad thing to watch out for, is that you can only have one authorization callback URL, sadly. So that's another reason to have like multiple applications here. So for local development, and preview, I just have the one and I just switch from the deployment, the preview deployment URL and put it in, or when I'm working locally. Auth callback provider is the way. God is, thank you. God is sleeping. That's the username. Auth callback provider is the way. I agree 100%. Clearly, that's the pattern to follow. So thank you for agreeing with me. And yeah, so in the loop code building dev, usually I have it like this. If I have a preview deployment, then I paste in like the Johnnify -lootgoblin.vercel.app or whatever it is here, plus the prefix. There are other auth solutions, Supabase included, that does allow for multiple callback URLs. The way that's done is that you specify the Supabase instance that you want GitHub to redirect back, and then Supabase has the allowed list for where you bounce from there. But that's by the by, doesn't really matter. For production development, I just have the Loot Goblin one here. Anyway, let's register this. Maybe can even upload a logo here. Beautiful. Like pro move would be to have like a badge, like stage in preview, like beta, not beta, like anything but beta. Yeah, just so you know that you're logging in to production or not. And I think let's steal this background color. Did I manage to horse around with like colors and CSS even in the authentication episode? The answer is yes. You better believe it. Anyway, we've done this. We have the client ID, which is public. It's fine. We won't get hacked if we have this one. But I will be generating a secret and adding them to my .env. So .env to test. Yeah, nothing crazy here. But I guess we want GitHub client ID, sure, and GitHub. I forgot already. Copilot. I need to GitHub client secret. Copilot? Yeah? No? Copilot asleep today. So for just a moment, I'll need to slide a few things over. And I will be doing the same thing off screen because it's a bit boring after the stream and puts it live. And also make sure to remember to push these environment variables to Vercel in the Vercel dashboard. So create a very similar app, Auth app in GitHub, but for Loot Goblin production, and go to Vercel and say, this is for the production Loot Goblin deployment. Maybe I can go in there now just to show what I'm talking about. So in Loot Goblin, in settings, in environment variables, I'm going to be creating two sets, one for preview and deployment for GitHub client ID and GitHub client secret, and one for production. And these will be available for the Vercel build step, so the deployed apps will have them. So that's something I will definitely remember to do and not forget and have a weird error there. But I will do it later or offline because it's boring. What is also kind of boring is that I do need to put this here. The good thing is, even if you do manage to leak a secret, you can always revoke it and refresh it and create another one later. So what I'm doing off screen is I'm going to be opening my .env.local. I am gonna, it should be public client ID. I don't think we'd ever use it in public, actually. but I think it's a good prefix to have, so I'm actually changing it immediately. I'll show it in a bit. And I will be pasting in the public GitHub client ID, my .env.local, and indeed, I'm going to be pressing a button here that says generate a new client secret. And then it says generate an auth code. And then we're screwed because my phone is what I use to show my face in the stream. So let's see if I can get around this authentication. Too many things to type here. All right, one password to the rescue. Did it, we're in. I got a GitHub client secret that will never be shown again. Great, refresh, cool. I think I can move this back. So we've created this one that has the asterisks. It doesn't have the asterisks in real life, and the thing that I pasted in my VS Code. In my .env.local, let's double check this, it's true. So let's move back the code, and you can see I renamed this to public GitHub client ID to make it more obvious that actually this one is fine. Like if you lick this one, it's fine, you won't get hacked. Cool, so we have these two things, and then it's saying that you need to update your database table. And it suggests that we should add a GitHub ID and a, I assume, GitHub username here. Which is up to you. It's something that I would really appreciate in Johnnify Premium, because that's exactly what I'm doing. But I'm using Auth.js there. So this is a new file that we're adding. And yes, we can close everything. So in our Lucia file, we can specify, not the session cookie, we can specify a method which Lucia is going to be using to get extra attributes from our database table that has the user. So you may remember we pass in the users table to the Lucia adapter. But then, like, because we made up what the columns are called. Besides the ID one, we can have anything here. So these should be the names of the columns according to what our database connection is. And I would have loved if it had some magic with Drizzle to understand whether we have these or not. Maybe it does, because we haven't actually updated Drizzle just yet. Let's see. So on our auth schema, let's say that we have a GitHub ID, which is a text column named GitHub ID. Save that. And no, it doesn't magically have this, but is it saying anything else? Database user attributes, this one. You need to declare it yourself. So how do we do this with Drizzle? Is there anything like cool we can do? Because I don't want to manually type this is the thing. And I think Drizzle has something. I think it's part of the select. So let's see. I think you can infer the user attribute somehow. So the point is, it looks like if we define, we're declaring the module Lucia, which should also affect what SvelteKit thinks this user is. Can only imagine that it's related to this. But we manually wrote this, which is not good, because in this case, indeed, in real life, we have added the GitHub ID column, but we haven't added the username column. So that's not correct. So that's always going to be null. That's incorrect. The question is, can we do something to enforce the TypeScript schema to not manually write a TypeScript interface here? Let's see. I think there is like an infer or select. Did we do it for loot? I think we have. Yes. So if we infer a select, then it's going to have all the attributes that we've declared here. Great. So here's some Drizzle magic. When we select from the user table, users infer select, that's Drizzle magic. This is going to make a user that has all these variables here. Great, awesome. And yeah, we can even have an insert too. And we can do the same even for the sessions, I guess. Even though I don't think we'd ever use it. So what does this mean? I think this means, I don't think there is anything magic by declaring this interface. And I think we can just pass select user here. So not quite. I guess because Lucia is looking specifically for the column names, sadly. Ugh. So how do we get the column names? I don't know. And this one is valid because we didn't add like the GitHub username here. So let's say, let's call it GitHub username here. And GitHub username here. We can call it username. Maybe the user has like a username. Maybe they have something else. How do we get, do they have like a magic way to get all the columns of this table? Probably not. Is this GitHub ID? Maybe, not sure. Yeah, there is not much to play with. So that would have been awesome if it worked, but it didn't quite. I want this specifically to be this. Is that possible? And it's also, is it a number? Oh, I guess it is. I guess in GitHub these are numbers. Right, number unique, sure. So this actually should be integer and unique. And I guess it's up to us to keep this up to date, unfortunately. So this name and the GitHub username, like those things, up to us to keep in sync with whatever they are here. So comment here, up to us. So sometimes, but hey, not too bad. So now if we do this, it knows that the username is actually here in this key, and this you can return it. It's whatever you want. Like GitHub handle. Do they call it GitHub API handle or username? Yeah, they call it username. All right. Right, so we've done those things. Cool. We know that if a user is logged in with GitHub, maybe these things are pre-filled. I guess you can call this anything you want. Depends, like you can even ignore it if you don't care about the person's GitHub username. You just don't store it in your own database. So try to only store the things that you really need. The GitHub ID you will probably need. Although looking at the GitHub API, it's quite funny that sometimes they do require you to do things with the user's ID, but sometimes they want you to do things with the user's GitHub username. So keeping both, if you are going to do GitHub operations, makes sense. So this magically has this type because we declared this. Maybe specified before. Doesn't matter the order of operations, but just to see it a bit better. Cool. And then there is this library that is doing quite a lot in regards to auth flows, which we're going to install. This Arctic library, or Arctic. Arctic is correct, but double check. So this thing has helpers for all sorts of social providers as well, including PKC flows, server-side flows with passkey code extents. Which should be the same. We won't be reading these docs because they are essentially the same here in Lucia. And they claim that in our Lucia file, we can add like our GitHub provider. Maybe we'll refactor this. I think it makes sense to refactor this soon. And by soon, I mean now. Let's have an auth directory and put Lucia in there. Just have a GitHub, just have a providers. Let's have a providers, yes. And expose this one. Because we're using SvelteKit, this is not the way to bring in our secrets. SvelteKit has helper methods that bring these in from $env. If I retype the letter, my ID does complete this nicely, which is neat. And then we need a way to log in. So finally, we made it to a place where we can add a test. I like the flow. Like, we needed to navigate the docs a little bit, but we're doing it well. So on our desktop navigation spec smoke test, like having users being able to log in is important. So let's add a login link. And we need to see a login link. We need to have a login here. Login, blah, blah, blah. Run this test. It's going to fail. There is no login link. Can go to our header. Another login link. We try again. They managed to click, but they never see login. They never see a login page. What they actually see is a 4.4 page. Oh, I should update these to Goblins, but I really like these guys. How do we add routes in SvelteKit? Or classic learnings. Here we reflect the user's path. So in source routes, we want a login plus Svelte.js. And let's take inspiration from our about page. Copy and paste that, call it login, bam, no 4.4 anymore, but we actually want to say login. Contribute your own. Great. So if we look at what we have here, let's have just a login thingy here. Nothing else. Let's retry this test. Made it. And now, does the mobile work? Does it work on Safari mobile? The answer is going to be no. And the reason is that indeed we forgot to add the login here. to our site nav. Try again. Bam, test passes. So at least the navigation smoke test passes, great. Then I guess we just want a button that we click and something happens. We'll see what's gonna happen then. And because authorization flow is important, we will have a separate suite of tests. So you may remember we do have a navigation smoke test, and then some specific tests for like the search, mailing list, and that sort of thing. But we can have a specific test just for auth, and we'll make it more involved in the future, and we'll be talking about this for sure. But let's get inspired by our mailing list test and call it Auth.js. Let's call it successful login. And if I go to login, and I wait to login, and I want to see this page, and then I guess I just want to see a button that says login with GitHub. Or continue with GitHub. And that's really all I want for now. Maybe don't even click it. So if we run these tests, I don't get the run the test thing. Did I not? Yeah, I should name it .spec. Else we don't know it's a test. All right, so name it correctly, run the test. Doesn't quite work because we want a button there. So on our login page here, we just want a button. Button that says continue with GitHub. And we can have like the GitHub logo and that sort of thing as well. Do we want that? Let me know, chat. Do we want the GitHub logo? How much cooler would it be with the GitHub logo? Let me know. Look alive. In any case, this one should now pass. Great. That's the extent of the test we'll be doing today, I think, because logging in with social providers is extremely hard to test, maybe not sensible to test. The way I usually test the auth flow, because you need to test the auth flow for almost all projects, like why not test it if you have an auth flow? Usually the most important thing in your app is converting people to users and maybe into paying users as well. So you should be testing it. But because social login flows depend on the user going into a website you don't control, it's very, very tricky. Like, you could in theory have a playwright user for your project in GitHub, create that and test the flow like that. Opinions differ on whether you should be doing that. But what I usually do is do provide multiple options to log in, but also have a magic link auth, which you can hijack with some tools that will be shown in the future. You can also be providing maybe a secret credentials, authentication, email and password login solution. It's very easy to test email and password because you can sign up a new user with a random email and a random password, and then have Playwright use those two to sign up a new account, confirm the login again. So that's something we will be looking in the future. I think that's the best way to test that at least one method works, and then you have to trust that your social login methods, which are a bit different, also work. A more complicated one is to also have a social login with a auth client that you've created yourself, like a mock test client that only Playwright can use, but that's like super complicated. But we may do it in the future because it's a viable option that I've seen. Anyway, for today, we'll just have these sanity checks that at least they can see the login page and can see continue with GitHub, and leave it at that, most likely. In the Discord, there are some examples of how we can test this, and of course in the GitHub reports, both on the open source ones and some of the private ones, there are more checks on how you can test this. We'll cover it in the future. Right, so we can see the button. It does nothing. What do we want to do? It wants to use the architect library to generate some state. I guess these are the things that they never look into. Your browser is going to have some cookies stored. Then you make it to GitHub. GitHub checks those cookies are valid and then gets you back. You need to check again whether what GitHub sends you back with is valid. And then you're like, okay, they actually did accept the terms and conditions, and we can create this person. Cool. They have this be a get handler, which is kind of interesting. Not sure about that. Because you create some state, right? This is a good thing with Lucia, is that you decide what you do here. Because we could even be creating the user in a database here, maybe having a checkbox as well for the newsletter. Do you want to sign up for the newsletter? And even if they don't accept and finish the GitHub authorization flow, if they've clicked the checkbox, we have created that user in a database. But I guess they think that we don't create but maybe we are. Like, I'd imagine that this creates a session, right, in our database. Maybe not. Yeah, we're not passing GitHub somewhere, so nothing in our database so far, I don't think. And then we create a callback. We send the person with the correct parameters to GitHub. That's fine. And then they come back with a code and a state from GitHub, and we need to validate if that's correct according to what we have. And then I guess we persist the user. Sure. All right, first things first. I won't be doing the redirect the user to this URL and then redirect them again. I think they made this an anchor. I guess it kind of makes sense, actually. And that's why they get back to that URL too. But I just don't like it. So what I'm going to do is something we've shown before with SvelteKit Forms. So in this page, I want to wrap this in a form, and, oh, interesting. And I want to make this a post method. And for now, I won't worry about giving a value to this button to say that the provider is actually GitHub. We'll hardcode GitHub for now, but as we said in the chat, we will have this be dynamic soon. But now when I press this button, it's gonna default to the primary action, the default action of the login route, which we have done for the email signup. So you may remember in our main route, we have a default action which gets the form data and then does some stuff to sign up the user to our mailing list. We kind of want a similar thing. And I think this makes sense. Having this be a post request makes sense because when we provide magic link login, we will be waiting for an email to be sent to that person's email address later. And I don't want to change the experience when we actually implement that. And right, so they click this, the form gets submitted, and they make it into this handler. And what we need to do in this handler is redirect them. And so we'll do whatever was done here. Generate state from Arctic, GitHub, we created this provider. We can conditionally create a authorization URL according to whether we've done GitHub here or what. And get the cookies immediately from there, cookies helper, and I redirect. That gets automatically thrown now. Good. So if I click this now, I should make it to GitHub. Let's see. Boom. And it's saying that it will redirect me back to localhost. Which is interesting. Is it because by default it redirects to, I don't know, routes looking GitHub callback to login GitHub callback. So how do I must have a way to override where I get redirected back to, surely. Is the options just the scope? Oh, redirect you here. So I can hard code the URL now. Let's see if that changes. Let's see. Let's see. So on our providers file here, what did it claim? Then it gets an options object. And here, like, let's see if I say localhost 5173 slash auth callback GitHub. And I press the button again. It still didn't get me there. So that's kind of interesting. also, I need to dynamically pass this part of the URL somewhere. Let's double check whether that was correct or not. Here, various URLs. Is this the same? It is the same. We'll figure it out. We'll see where we get back. Let's just press the button and see what happens. Oh, all right. It does return to where we said. So that's good. If we don't pass this, what happens? So because it's GitHub, it always redirects to the one we have here, I guess. So fair enough. We don't need to do anything extra. Whatever we've passed here in the GitHub settings is where we get redirected back. We don't need to specify anything else. Great. But now we've made it into this page with like some code and state that we want to validate. And let's see what they tell us to do here. So we need a plus server.ts, which I don't think we've created in this series yet, because unlike every other plus server file, plus page.server.ts, every other server file that we have so far only runs in relation to some UI. So the load methods for like the loot table, they run on the server, but it's related to the UI that you're gonna send. You're gonna see, the users are gonna see in the end. Now we want a server file that doesn't have any UI. It's just gonna return JSON or a redirect or something else. It doesn't have its own UI. For that, you create plus server.ts files in SvelteKit, and indeed, we want to create an auth callback, GitHub, name of directory, plus server.ts. And again, we'll make this dynamic, as God is sleeping in the chat said, but for now, we're just on GitHub, so I will just literally call it GitHub now and talk about how to make this a dynamic provider later. So we are going to do this. And I guess I'm going to paste this huge file. And here the username, they call it login in GitHub. So that's kind of fun. So much fun. Anyway, paste this huge file and see what we got. And this one, I don't want to type like this. Let's save this file first, and then server something from types. There must be a name for this. Request handler. From SvelteKit, local types. Great. So we get this guy from the search params. We saw query params. We have a code and a state. And in the cookies, we've stored some state to validate things are going well. We don't need to type this. And then if there is no code or no state or no stored state, or it doesn't matter the stored state, we just return a 400, I guess. Should we be returning like error? Expected error? Doesn't matter. doesn't matter, he says, and keeps certain. There you go. Yeah, we can do this. And a message. So it should be a user or somebody's trying to be naughty, and we got here, it's fine. Can bring in the GitHub provider. And then, oh, interesting. So in their example, not only are they validating their comment back from GitHub, but then they are using the access token we just got to get that specific user there, and therefore do some database operations according to that person's GitHub ID and GitHub profile and stuff. So that's kind of cool. We can use it as their default avatar as well if they have one. So that's kind of interesting. Like they're doing the GitHub fetch request here. Interesting. We can log in the GitHub user. We can see what we get back. And this one, I guess they manually just type, even though we should have a better type for this. Oh well. Right, and here we want to do some Drizzle stuff and check if we have a user already. With this, first time I go through the flow, we won't have a user, we need to create them first. So how do we do stuff with Drizzle? I guess we'll need to have a user repo or something, according to what we've done in the past. So remember here, we're doing the dependency injection stuff, and we're putting in a mailing list repo and a loot repo. Then we need a users repo as well. So let's create that. Get a DB users repo. No hard-coded loot in this one. No in-memory stuff yet. And a users repo interface. I guess here we can have like some extra stuff. Who knows? No enums in this case. The user has an ID which is a string. And I guess we said, are they like a select user? Or is that the implementation detail? Yeah, let's go, not go roundabout. So GitHub ID is string or null, and GitHub username also, and we'll see if we'll add like a avatar and stuff. Here, no need for that, no need for that. And we want to find by ID, I suppose. ID string. And we don't care what it does, but it's gonna either return a user or it's gonna return null. And now, let's call it users repo interface. And now, DB user repo, and it just gets the DB like this. this guy. Maybe we'll get these things. Wow, so many things. What we want is a find by ID. Great. This autocomplete, nothing to do with what we want. So like, how does this actually work? Sometimes Copilot jumps in and I forget how to do things. So regular query, db select from table, and you pass in this. Sure. And I think can I wait this internal user? Or not? I think that's fine. Ah, but I guess we need to find by GitHub ID here, actually. Yeah, we want to check the GitHub ID. Whoops. And what do we do with the existing user? Nothing? Just need the ID there. All right. This one we can camel case just fine. But so we want to give a GitHub ID to this thing, and then maybe it just returns a string for the user ID. Maybe it returns a parcel of a user. Pick user ID. So it just returns this. Sure. So find by GitHub ID. Just select ID, user's ID, select this one. And we want to check the GitHub ID is a given GitHub ID actually. This should be a number. Apparently this is a number. And now we should be happy. I wonder why this is not undefined sometimes. If I return this, like, does it think it always returns the user? Doesn't really make sense. Anyway, I think this is it for this part. So we've made it here. We not need to go to our app.js and say, guess what? We have a user repo. Which implements the user's repo interface. And then in our locals, we also want to say that the user's repo is a new DB user's repo in our case. And we could be passing database connection here, but it doesn't really matter. But now that we have that, then from from the locals, from the users repo, should we destructure it out? So from the users repo, find by GitHub ID, it's going to be this. Great. If we have an existing user, then we create a new session. It will magically hit the database now, I assume. And set a cookie that we'll use to validate next time. Make sure this is the same. And then there's a helper method from Lucia to generate a string ID with 15 characters here. Indeed. So if we don't have an existing user, we need to create it in our database. So this is the point where we need another method to implement another method. So maybe a create user. Maybe returns nothing indeed. Maybe returns a user, I don't know. So back in our PB users repo, GitHub Copilot, can you just do it? Not really. I think that's how you do it. Maybe not. Let's have a look at Drizzle. Drizzle is relatively new and growing in popularity, so GitHub Copilot doesn't have like too many results on this. So let's double check. Insert in users values user. Looks correct, to be honest. What's the problem? Oh, did I mistype this again? I guess. All right, so now it's happy. I guess we can just return this, I suppose. It's gonna be happy now. Does any? Oh well. Or like, you told me nothing. Let's return a string. It's fun. What is it gonna return? Don't really know. It's extremely straightforward in SQLite. Don't need to worry about conflicts. All right, let's return nothing. It just means here. Just do this. I waited and returned nothing. And we've returned void and everyone is happy. Cool, cool. So here, we want user repo, create user, create for CRUD, and the user is going to be this guy, this person. GitHub username, it's going to be this, because now GitHub calls login username, and there are other attributes for us to consider if we want. And then again, after we've successfully created the user, again, we set the session cookie and stuff. Do we want to do these either way? No, we need the user ID back. Sure. All right, so we can also not generate the user ID here and let our database do it if we want. Is that what we want? I think that makes more sense than having this thing do it. So what did we do with loot? So the same thing. Use crypto here. Auth.js. Same thing in the loot, we're having the database decide what the ID is going to be. I think that makes sense now that I've seen what Lucia wants us to do. And actually, we do want to return something now. I think that will always be there as a string. Great. And in here, we do want to say that this returns a string. Cool. So in our server file, in this case, we don't create a user ID like this. We just create a user like this. But this one, you omit the ID. So now it's happy. It's gonna be this. And then we can create a session for this user. What do we pass for the second parameters? Attributes, right? No one cares. And I think that's it. And then instead of doing what the docs say, we can redirect 302. Maybe to their profile page. Let's see. And then can catch the error. Invalid code. So actually, but if it's not this, then it's an unexpected error, I guess, and it's our fault. So it's a blow up with a 500. So let's see, unexpected errors. What do? Do we just throw them? was thinking unexpected error as well. All right, so we've done all of these things. Great. But in reality, our database doesn't have all these schemas that we've been messing with. So our database doesn't have these, for better or for worse. So even though I can go through the login flow and I will get handled, we will get an unexpected error because the users table and the DB table doesn't exist. We do have some helper methods for this. So now that we've kinda arrived to a database schema that we kinda like for now, we can run our dbsync method and see what happens. It's a new table. And it's a new table. It doesn't know about the Drizzle migrations table, which is interesting. Let's remove it. That's the worst thing that can happen. All right, so now that we've done this, if we try to sync again, it should be fine. Indeed it is. So if I try to go through the login flow, it should just work, right? Let's do it on the big screen. So I'm here, go to login, have the world's biggest login button. It's a bit excessive. All right, and I press this. I've already authorized with GitHub, so I should make it back to my callback URL, and then my callback stuff is going to happen, and I'm going to end to a profile page that's going to 404 because we haven't created it, but it's going to be grand success. Let's see. All right. So something bad happened. We did make it to auth callback GitHub. That's something. And let's see what we got wrong. Unexpected error creating or validating. User, great. We did manage to hit GitHub, so you can see that we have like so many things here we can use. We have the login and we have the ID. Those are the important things, and maybe the avatar URL. Whoa, handsome fella. And lots of things we don't care about. Wow, still London, huh? But something bad happened later. What was it? Was it our database? I don't know. But so we made it here. We made it through here too. We made it here. We logged here, and maybe this failed for one. But also, let's copy this because we may want to use it. Maybe it's null if you don't have it. I don't know. Right, so the most likely error so we made it here and we got this. The most likely error is that our database is not exactly what we expect. So let's use Drizzle Studio to have a look. We do have users, ID, GitHub ID, GitHub username. Looks fine. So these guys are created. No sessions yet. So can only imagine this passed. We didn't make it here. And here, I guess this failed. I guess it's likely my user ID stuff didn't quite work. Can I have a look? So is this a real thing? Does this return an array? Who knows? Let's have a look at the returning thing again. It says parcel return, but would it return one row? Maybe. I'd say that's the most likely error, that this actually doesn't return an array. If I do this, what happens? It does return an array. The types claim this is correct. Right, what else can we check? So we're here, new user ID, blah, blah, blah. And regardless if we had a new user or not, then we redirect. And I guess we didn't make it here. Or maybe this failed, but I wouldn't think so. Let's try again. So this one didn't work, even. So now it's invalid. This state is invalid now, which is kind of cute. We've got a different error. And let's try again. Continue with GitHub. Error, great. So it's trying to do this equals check, which doesn't quite work. And gets nothing back. But it shouldn't fail, right? It shouldn't like hard fail like this. Is it the where clause that's crazy? It was auto-completed by Copilot, so who knows? Who knows? Yeah, that looks correct. So it does claim this is an array. Does it just return null if there is nobody? This doesn't happen at all. Am I talking to the local database? That's an interesting question. So this ain't happening. We are talking to localhost, great. So why doesn't like this where clause? Doesn't make sense. Beaten by a where clause. I just hate this one trick, to selecting from this database. And we have this thingy. Let's try to do like select star from users. Run something. No rows, but doesn't crash. Where GitHub ID is 1, 2, 3. No rows. Doesn't blow up. What could be wrong? It's clearly here. We make it here. Try cats. This is this will tell us something for sure. Come on. Should have done this to begin with. No such table users, it says. How? We've created it. I suspected this problem, but that's not true, is it? Oh, did the Studio Sync actually hit production database? Maybe. So this one, in theory, should be hitting local, but I guess not. Yeah, so this hit production, sadly. My little sync tool. That's unfortunate. To be sure. So that makes no sense, but it makes sense why I didn't create a table. This would have worked if we've managed to do this push in reality. But even though I'm using like totem flow here, it just didn't work. Like not env equals local. Nope. Just refuses to read it. So this needs updating, but just hard code the local one and move on with our lives. So now it doesn't even say which one we're connecting with. So let's double check. Guess it has to be this one, right? It has to be. So let's create the sessions and the users and push these things. Great. And all the crazy things that we did here, we should undo because we were doing it right. Because I haven't run a migration. Like in the previous episode, I was talking about how it's kind of confusing. This Drizzle push sync versus migration stuff. Oh well, I did get confused, that's for sure. Right, so now it should be fine. Did we do anything crazy here? Any other console log? Yeah, I'm confident we won't be needing this. I'm confident this is just gonna work. All right, login with GitHub. Not quite. Maybe different error. Was too confident. Let's look at the local server. Oh. Right. So we have a user. Great. We created something. Have a user and a session. So where did we stop? We got to this redirect. We should redirect to the profile page, but it didn't. Now we should make it to the redirect, even though we have an existing user. So let's see. Is it the path slash that have changed? Maybe. kind of different. Right, because of MSW, we are checking some information about the user as well. It's doing two things. So let's get into that. Let's create a GitHub handler that passes through everything. Say all requests for now that go to GitHub. It's okay to pass them through, just to have better errors. And then use that one. Console log the error. We want that. So let's try again. No matter if the user is created or not, we do get this 500 here. So let's see why. The redirect must be thrown. It must not be in the try-catch. Of course. Of course. Well, that was the only problem. Everything went correctly. In the end, we need to redirect. These things must not be caught. Errors must not be caught for SvelteKit to work. Fair enough. So huge, do not put redirects in try-catch blocks. And what's the other thing that I saw there? Can I do comments there? Not sure. All right, so in reality, this should work now. Everything must be kind of correct. Some problem with our cookies, not quite correct. Some problems with our server file. So let's see, what type of cookies do we have here? Quite a few. Let's nuke them. Refresh. We're fine. Going to log in. This fails. Interesting. Could be this crazy thing I did, actually. So let's be less crazy. goes to GitHub, and that goes to API GitHub. Let those pass through. And then here, spread them. Start the server, it's all good. Login page, fine. Login with GitHub. Great, made it back to profile. If I refresh, still can go somehow, some way, can relog in again, I guess. But we made it through. All right, so a few problems there, but we made it. We made it. What we need to do is create a profile page. Let's move that center now. Yeah, so login with GitHub, somehow it does work. Let's make the profile page. Again, let's take inspiration from our about page. If we want /profile to work, we want routes profile. And in here, we can say that this is the profile page. And in here, we won't be testing this because we don't have a way for Playwright yet to get to this page, because they cannot authenticate, because they don't have a GitHub account to authorize with. That's not the sensible way to check social login flows. So I don't know what we put here. So maybe just this will work. But there were a few things we decided we may make use of from what GitHub brings back. Unfortunately, I've already forgotten what they are. We have the ID, the login. I wanted to use the display name or name, but I don't remember what it returns. So let's see, GitHub API. We must be hitting this, right? Oh, there you go. Okay, so do we have like a display name or something? Name. I think that's it. Name. We may use those things. I think that's what we'll be doing next. Let's close everything. So in the profile page, I guess we'll be updating our name there, but let's start the user with a sensible name. Why not? So this GitHub user interface, I guess GitHub user response, it's just a fetch. So this should be like a helper method, like GitHub API repo or something. We should extract this method. Right? I think that makes sense. But should I create a GitHub user repo? Maybe not. We just need this once. So let's create something slightly different. GitHub user. And we'll see where we'll put it. So these guys. This is the GitHub API user. Do we use GitHub elsewhere? Yeah, we do. The weird casing elsewhere, sure. All right, so now we have this method, and this can be slightly cleaner. Because we can say that this is GitHub, if it's GitHub user, we called it. I can hear my little doggy being cute, sleeping and dreaming of running. All right, so maybe we can call this. The thing is, since we do have some extra information, we can store the avatar URL and stuff here. That's always fun to do. I don't know if we'll be using avatars in this project, but at least the name we should be storing. So we can go to our auth table, and we can say that the users have a name. That's text. And maybe is it because this doesn't exist? Yeah, okay, that doesn't exist. That is true. And we will be syncing that soon. It doesn't need to be unique. That's a display name, as we'd ask it. And maybe avatar URL, let's see. We won't be storing this yet. And you shouldn't be storing things you would be using, but I'm just preemptively doing it because I know lots of people want to do it. I want something like this. Cool. So I'm doing all of this because in my callback, when the user is first created, so if there is no existing user, then I want to create the user and start it with whatever the GitHub name is. So I can amend this and say that users, well, actually they do have a name and they do have an avatar URL. And they're both string or null. So now in the callback, here. Is it just name? I think so. All right, so why is this upset? So I didn't make this other URL. All right, so now it's happy. And if we sync the database again, cool. This should be happy. And in here, I guess let's show some user information. And the other thing that we did in Lucia is specify what attributes the users have. And now we did say that the users do have a name, string or null. And in our case, we know that they always have a GitHub ID because that's the only way they log in. They have to log in through GitHub. And if you log in with GitHub, you have an ID and a username. But we may amend this later. And an avatar URL. Which means that here we can actually pass the ones that we want. Why are we doing all of this? Because magically, if you remember what we were doing in the hook file, we are putting the user in the locals. Isn't that great? And I guess their email address would also be handy to have, isn't it? So that's another thing that I would want. Yeah, so GitHub API. Email, that's important. It is your responsibility to validate whether it's actually their users, but for third-party social logins like GitHub, they do validate whether you actually have this email. So that's fine with us. It's fine to say that we're certain that the user does own this email address if GitHub thinks they own this email address. So we also get this back, which is cool. And I do think I want the user's email. Am I being naughty for wanting this? Probably not. So let's say we also have the email like this. And therefore, we can go to Lucia and say, yeah, they always have email too. How do you get it? Well, you get it from here. It's always set. All right, let's sync the database. Great. Not since detected. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Oh, now it does. Remember the column names, kids? That user doesn't have an email, but we want to drop them anyway. That's fine. So these sessions, delete them, gone. And delete this guy too. Soon the sessions have like an on delete cascade thing. So if a user gets deleted, surely all the sessions should be deleted too, right? So how does that happen? So here, I think it makes sense to say our sessions table, the sessions are tied to a user always. If you delete the user, just delete all the sessions. I think that'd be nice. So now that we drop this, we're able to go through the login flow again and claim, just to have something cool to show, that on the profile page, let's say that from the locals, we return the user here. So in our UI, when we finally get here, let's say display name, I guess. This will be magically available as props. So let's name the data. Get the data from props. Magically typed for us by SvelteKit should be. Maybe not. It is. Got there. Let's have a question mark for now because we may not be logged in. And email similarly. And what else did we have? GitHub username and stuff, that doesn't matter. But let's see if an avatar URL, then we can have like an image, the source of the avatar URL. Sure. Does Daisy UI have something for avatars? Probably. And we cannot use enhanced images because this is not an image we will have in version control. That's something we'll be covering in future episodes for sure. All right, so a few things to show. Now, let's see. If we go to login flow, we should see those fields pre-filled for us. Let's hope for the best. How? Did I sync the database? I did not. So I'm a fool. Maybe I did. Maybe the problem was something else. Plonk. So we did all these changes, but in the callback, we need to change more things. We also need the email, right? So create user, always we need an email for sure. For real. So we need these, and that means our repo also needs to get, well, it just puts the user here, so it's just gonna work. But our callback to here doesn't like it. We need the email like so. And I think finally, like I'll confidently go to the big screen for this. And see has finally nailed the login flow. Bam, did it, nailed it. But I should have said in the UI, I should have said avatar URL like so, because that's what we get back, I think. Maybe not. In Lucia, blah blah blah, here, get like this, good. So yeah, this one we don't get back somehow. Let's see what we have in the database. Maybe it's there and it's just not big enough. So we have this guy. Milo's like, first try. Yeah, like a Dude Perfect episode where you can see the sunset. It's like 5 hours they've been trying to make the shot, and then they do it and it's like, yeah, first try. So why aren't these synced yet again? We don't have like the extra tables here. I think that's a limitation of Drizzle Studio. Whenever you sync, you need to reload. Let's see if that's true. Okay, so that's true. And we do have an avatar URL. So is it just, I have this world's smallest avatar here. You can do it, Johnny. So in here, we have this little subsection. We have this, and then we're not showing the avatar URL. So that's a bit disappointing. And I think I named this correctly. So that should be defined at this stage, but it's not. Why not? How come? The user from the locals, we've defined the Lucia stuff. We're saying actually get the avatar URL from here. Did we name this correctly, or did I mess it up again? In the auth table here, avatar URL, lowercase, becomes avatar URL. That's by the by. And Lucia just looks at how this is called. So yeah, interesting. Avatar URL is indeed this. This becomes this good old console log. Yes, the avatar URL seems to be in the database, but it's just not extracted. So let's see. A good old console log will tell us anything more. So many logs. Too many logs. Interesting. So wait a minute, let's restart the server here. User IP, there you go, avatar URL here, makes sense. Let's restart the server too. So avatar URL, all good. We hardcode go to the profile route. We're there. Avatar URL is a thing. Did I just not forget how to use images correctly? Did I call it something else? Yeah, I did. And it's not complaining anymore either. It has this thing. Let's put this out of the if. All right, fair enough. And if I hard code this, what happens? So of course this works, but there must be something lost in translation. We're returning this user object here. But still, and we just made up like the email and the name and all of that stuff, so don't quite get it. What do we do in the server hooks? Nothing nuts. We just put the user here. And we validate the session and get the user. So this user object should have everything, right? Let's double check that. So avatar URL undefined and GitHub ID and GitHub username. Interesting. So all these extra, not extra really. Interesting. Is it because these should be named differently? Not sure. Ah, I know what it is. So here for Lucia, this should actually be not what the columns are. It should be what Drizzle thinks the columns are. Great. So this should be select user that we've done before, I think. And now here we can choose and return whatever we want. And it's just gonna work. So let's go back to what this was before. All right, so now it works normally. Let me explain again what the problem is now that I figured it out. There was a point while we were doing stuff with Lucia where we need to define how to get the user attributes. We're in control of what the user object that Lucia derives and puts into the locals in the hooks here. We are in control of that. So let me show that momentarily. When Lucia validates the session, it also gets a user object. We are in control how that looks. And we define it indeed by implementing this get user attribute method. For whatever reason, I did mention that with Drizzle, we have this magic infer way to infer what columns, what attributes a user has. But the mistake that I made, I guess, following the docs, was that these, the database user attributes, that these, the keys of the attributes, should be what the columns are in the database, not what Drizzle gets out of the database. So Drizzle provides this camel cased, but the columns are snake cased. And that's why we manually defined the database columns here and said, all right, these are the ones that the user has, and then map them to what you want to expose. But actually, that's not the case. You just need to define the user attributes as exactly as Drizzle gets them out, which is camel cased. So you can't just use the select user that we've inferred. And then if you don't want to expose like the email, then you just don't put it there and you keep it safe from the front end. So Drizzle auth again. No matter how we define the user label here, like the keys of this object is going to be how Drizzle gets stuff out. So avatar URL comment cased, but the column in the database was avatar URL. Guess I was confused from the docs and thought that Lucia needed the name of the columns to get out, but it's not the case. They just want the keys, I guess. All right, so this works now. Good to know. Really good to know. What's next? Root protection redirects. So if you're logged in, you don't particularly want to see the login again button, and you definitely don't want a non-logged in user to get to this page, which is what happens now. So non-logged in users get in here. We don't want that. We want to protect this route. And we want non-logged in users to see this login button. But if you are logged in, you want to see the profile button instead. There are a couple of ways to do this. In our, which one should we do first? I think Lucia did have like a suggestion which we should cover because it's not what SvelteKit suggests. So I used to do this. I used to have a server load method that would redirect you to login in a protected route. But I guess it's on the specific page, so that's fine. I used to put it on a layout file and have a protected or authenticated routes group here, but layout load methods run in parallel with page load methods. So there was a chance that a profile page, any protected page, would load before the layout load was done. So some data would get kinda leaked, I guess. So this is a workable way to do it if you just have the one page that you need to protect, which I guess is what we want now. So maybe we'll start with this way. So in our profile page here, we just want to do exactly that. Check if this exists, or else redirect. And if we have multiple pages that should be protected, and we don't want to do that all the time, then we'll go to our handle, to our hooks, and define a handle which will be redirecting the user if they are in specific routes. So for now, I should be able to still go to the profile page. If I'm logged in, I'm still here, but the incognito person, if they go to the profile page, get redirected to the login route. Cool. And maybe you don't want this, but you could do it. In the login page, you can do the opposite and say if you're already logged in, so if in the locals there is a user, then redirect to the profile page. Maybe you don't want this because if they just click a button, they will log in with maybe they just want to log in with a different provider. I don't know. But you could say that no, go to your profile, sign out first, and then log in. That's usually better for you in the future as an engineer. Usually it's easier when people log out and then log in. They get into fewer edge cases than if they're logged in and they attempt to log in with a different provider. So we can do that indeed. So this guy, if we try to go to the login page, we're actually redirected to the profile page. But that also means that we want to do a check here on my header to see whether to show the login link or the profile link. So if something, then I want the login link, or else I want the profile link. If what is the question, and I guess we could be passing in the user object. Maybe. We can do that. We can go to our core layout file. Oh, we don't have a layout server. Interesting. So we do have a core layout file, but we don't have a core load method. Maybe that's what we can do. So let's create a class layout server.js. This will run in parallel to everything else. I'm just thinking, like, should we have all the user information available in the UI of everything? Maybe not. Maybe that's too much. And I'm talking about this layout server method. You can export a load method like usual. Server load, and this can be sync. This can be a sync and get the locals out. And maybe instead of returning the whole user, we can return it's logged in. Maybe that's fine. Or maybe we can return the session. Yeah, we probably want the session. Maybe that's easier. Maybe that makes more sense. So now, because this is the root layout file, the root layout load file, every page is going to have access to the session, which means that even here we have access to the page store, which has data from everywhere, and this may have a session, as we know. So in this case, if there is a session, we see profile, but if there is not, we see login. And this specific one, this specific attribute, we can specify here that we do make it available thanks to our root layout load method. It's always available as page data. We can say it's either session or null. And then we get a nice autocomplete on the header as well. Cool. So we'll take a small break and we're back for more. We're just about 3 hours in, but we have some more things to do. Logout is going to be next. But then we're gonna update the user's name since we have it there, and then see if we will actually, well, we will do the migration to allow for multiple providers, but we'll see if we'll actually log in with Google in just a bit. So catch you all in just a few minutes. Let me check up on my cute doggy. we're back. All right, more stuff to do here. Let's do the logout. This could be the time to start telling me what you want me to log in with next. We will do the refactorings necessary to be able to log in with different providers. So as a reminder now, we're just doing login with GitHub, but we want to provide other options, just like Google. Let me know which one you want to see, but it's important to do the refactoring now, because now we can be quite lackadaisical. We've been changing the schemas and deleting tables left and right, and it's fine. But once you allow for users to be able to log in, then you cannot be that lackadaisical anymore. At that point, you don't want to lose user data. No one wants to log in once, really. No one likes creating accounts, not really. So if they create an account and then you lose that account, and then you ask them, please log in again because I deleted the tables, then they'll get upset and they won't do it. So we will make all the migrations necessary today to be able to account for other login providers. And Google is a huge cool out. Those of websites provide Google as well. So we will likely be doing that. It's a good suggestion. But first, let's log out. I think that was part of the example here, how to sign out the user. And I'm quite surprised that there are like a million pages here. I think we must do it with a form action again. Oh, they are enhancing the form as well, which is interesting, I would say. But let's do it step by step. Let's say we have the, oh, we need to change this on the sidebar too. Forgot. I reason to have tests, to be sure. So side nav here can do a similar thing as what we did on the header. And in here, do this check. Don't forget to bring in the page store. Cool. And if as a user you have like more links when you're logged in, then you can have like a bigger if here that has like multiple list items. Now we know that we'll just have either profile or login. That's why we're doing the little if else inside the list item. But you know, if you have more, get it out of there. We'll show it in the future for sure. All right, so I'm doing this because in my profile here, I want a logout section. So maybe another one of those. Session management, who knows? But I just want a button. Do we have any buttons here? I have the primary button, but I don't particularly want the primary button for this. Huge. Let's see what Lucia has as buttons. Let's pick a Daisy UI has as buttons. Let's have a look. Button. Neutral, maybe ghost button. Neutral, let's see, neutral. And this primary button, for example. It's doing nothing. Yeah. So what should we call this? Ghost button, neutral button, form button, button, a regular button. Let's do it. Just button. Not bad. And as we saw in the example, we want to put this inside the form, and the method is going to be post once again. And now I'll preemptively make this be a named action, because I know that in this page we're going to do the update name. So we'll have a different form in this page. Somewhere here we'll have a form for updating your favorite name, your display name. So this one should actually have a name like sign out. Or logout, I guess. And let's double check how this is called. I think it's question mark / and then the name that you want to give. But I always forget. Form actions, named actions. Oh, nailed it. Nailed it, mate. And in profile page of server.js, we'll do a very similar thing. We'll do export const actions. Type this, and we'll have a immediately, like I forgot what we called it. We'll have the logout method, and we will be doing what Drizzle claims we should be doing, what Lucia claims we should be doing, which is this. They are doing like a default action here, but that's fine. If somehow you're not logged in, we can throw a fail. Nope. Do you return the fail nowadays? Yes, you do. Great. Now we can bring the Lucia adapter. I think that's the adapter. Yeah, it's our local Lucia. This guy. Get the session ID, and then we create a blank session cookie. We talked about this is the way to delete cookies. You just actually set a cookie that expires immediately, essentially. That's what's happening here. And get the cookies from the event, and then we redirect people to the home page, like it is just signed out. So go to the home page. That would make sense. Cool. So in theory, we click the button, and in here we won't be seeing profile. We'll be seeing login. Let's see. Also, let me know if you like this little blur effect behind the side nav. So it worked. We're logged out, and we can log back in. Great. Like some display loading indicators would also be fine. I suppose even for this. So we've talked about how you can enhance a form and how in SvelteKit forms do work without JavaScript, which is great. But if you want to enhance them with JavaScript so you have a better user experience, you can bring in the user enhance action. They also call these actions, and then do more complicated stuff with this. In this case, where you get redirected anyway, it doesn't really matter. But if you want to show like a loading indicator, maybe like this won't be fast enough to just get out. So we'll see. We'll see if that makes sense. Like now it shouldn't make a difference. Like we go to our profile, we sign out. We see the client-side navigation, which is cool. So if we don't use the user enhance, we do browser navigation, like old school browser navigation, and we get to this page. But with an enhanced form, we stayed with the client-side router, so we get the view transitions. That's neat. That's kind of cool. So that's why we're using it. All right, sign out magically just worked. Easy. We needed a win. We got it. We did everything. Time for bonus stuff. So something we kind of talked about is that we have a different API for a different service for whether you're signed up on our mailing list or not. Now that we have the concept of a user in our database, we could change that. And in the auth schema, like we could have like a boolean for subscribed, like the signed up for mailing list or which mailing list they're signed up. That'd be interesting. But we won't be doing this now. I want to think about it. We can create a new user just with their email, and then we create like we get a random ID back, and even if they don't have name or whatever, it's fine. So we cannot use recent for managing our mailing list, and we can take care of it ourselves, but not sure. Anyway, why am I saying all of this? I'm saying all of this because I want a similar field for my profile page. What should we call you? So let's see how we did that. Let's copy all of this and go to our profile page. So here in the details, we can explain. So what should we call you when we send you mail or when other users look up your profile? The sensible way nowadays in 2024 to store name information for your users respectfully is just ask them for their name and explain how you're gonna use it, and then they decide, will they give you first name, last name, more respectful version of a combination of thereof? Do they have like 5 middle names they want you to use? It is up to them. You explain the situation, they decide what they're most comfortable with, and then you just respect that and use that. And in your database, you just have the one name column. Great, easy. In theory, we could have like two fields here, like the contact, like name. When we send you mail, we can call you Johnny, but when other users see your profile, they can see Jim Agrippis, like your username. But too complicated. I'm just making the one use case here. Great. Nickname is super valid as well, because this is a website where maybe you look up loot and you look at the nickname of the person that has created that loot. Maybe it makes more sense in that context. Like in a gaming context, you don't see the Xbox name, you see the Xbox username. But yeah, this should start with the name we have from Google or GitHub, and then if they want to update it, they can. Or if they log in with Magic Link, which we'll do in the future, they won't have that set, potentially, so they'll have to update it here. Right, so how do we do that? We should start it like this. And that gets updated just fine. So from GitHub, you get this, but this is like too official. You change it to Johnny, and that's fine. Milos is a wonderful name, by the way. From football, I know that my team has had quite a few Miloses, and I know that it means love, which is what a beautiful name. In Greek as well, it can rarely happen. You can have agapi as a name, which is also a beautiful name. Right, so focus. We have the user here. The email they cannot change, so I wonder if we'll have it in a different section. So here we can say you're logged in. And actually, in this case, we do know that this thing always exists. So we can stop with the question marks. Let's put the user avatar in here for now and see if anyone notices. It needs an input, of course. So let's have it be a div for now. We'll change it in the future. So the question is, how do you get in here? Who knows? W pros is what I meant to do here. Good, better. Hey Melis, thank you for keeping me company and your suggestions as well today. And I will catch you later. Looking forward to more. Next session is going to be next Thursday. Cool. So why are we doing all this? We're doing all this because we want a form here to allow for people to change their username, nickname, name, preferred name. And therefore, we'll need another form. Therefore, am I right? And again, there's going to be a post form, and we can enhance it as well. And that form needs a button, and this one is going to be the big action of this page, so we're going to have it be the primary button actually. Save. And in the main page, what are we doing with the form? This one. Oh, it's a card. Doesn't really mean much. Sure. So what happens when this form gets submitted? The answer is nothing, but we want something to happen, and we'll need a named form action once again. So the action is going to be / save update profile. What do we want? / save update. Let's call update. Save. And let's call it save. And I think that's it for now. We need to go to the backend and make this change. So again, on our profile page server, have the logout method. Let's create the saved action. This one, we won't be doing anything with quickies. We will be doing stuff with locals. We can keep the same sanity check, like if there is no local session, then you do nothing. There is no user, we'll need that. And we don't want to redirect, we don't want to do anything like that. What we want is to update the user information. And we will use Zod again to validate our schema. So we can create a profile form, which will just have a name now. And we'll import Zod, which we have used before for form validation. And we can just copy this wholesale, to be honest. We'll get all the form data from the request, which will just be the name field. We'll validate against our schema, which will just be the name. Get the name out, and then pass that name to update our database. So guess what? We want our users repo to do more stuff. So in our users repo interface, we can have an update user. That maybe it's like a parcel of the user object. I guess. Maybe not. Maybe yes. Like a user shouldn't be able to manually update their GitHub ID, for example. So maybe update user profile, and we just pick that we want the ID and the name for now. And in the future, it is going to be, maybe you can also give us the avatar URL. Maybe you can put it now. And you cannot update your email. So this you definitely need, and you can also pass me the name and avatar URL. Avatar URL can be the same. We'll see. We'll see what we'll do. Anyway, you can steal that. You can go to our TB users repo and create that thing. Update user profile. And then I think let's guess the update operation, how it works. I don't think that's how it's gonna work. But we'll see. I think it's gonna be values, I guess, here. Let's see what Drizzle has to say about that. Set. It's actually called set. So update the table correctly. And then you can also do return. It's not. So set, it was correct. All right, GitHub Copilot, you're learning. You are learning. So let's keep the avatar URL actually here. Return nothing. All right. So I'm updating my thoughts here. Let's say that in the schema, we also have an avatar URL. Maybe like this. And I'm doing this because maybe here we can have a hidden input actually. Can we? I'm not sure. All right, so it's happy, it looks nice. We can put it inside the form too. So it can be less confusing, I guess, in the future when we are actually able to handle the file uploads. File uploads with Supabase, another thing that's easier because they do the storage for you as well, but we'll need to take care of resizing as well, providing multiple image formats using probably the picture element with a third party. So we'll be covering that in the future. Really cool stuff. We're doing cool stuff today, but we'll be doing cool stuff in the future as well. Right. So what were we doing here? Now on the backend, we want to do exactly that. We want to update the user profile, this ID, this name and avatar URL. Great. And let's look at form actions once again. Can they return a success through? I guess. Can they return nothing? gonna be fine. And there is a cool thing with the form object that Svelte has been starting to do. We won't be doing it just yet. All right, so if my calculations are correct, if I delete the Maghribis part of my name and I save, then in the database we have Johnny. Yeah, and I can do JMag and I can press enter, and this also works. It's all fine and good. We did it, well done to us. No loading indicators yet, but we can do it in the future. We can look in Drizzle Studio and see that the name is indeed updated. So you go through the login flow, you get the display name that you have on GitHub. Fair enough, we have to complete something for you, but you can still update it here. But you cannot update your avatar. We'll do that in the future. Cool. Loading indicators, not yet. Let's see if there is an easy way to handle the form store. I'd be happy to do it. And what else is there in the page store? Like usually I declare some possible form state, which is like loading or idle, stuff like that, but I don't particularly want to do this now. So right, form after form submission. So can we inspect this and see what happens? This could be a new way to do this, which I haven't really done. So there is the inspect thingy, page form. Let's see if that object everything is. So we have nothing. Then it becomes null again, and then it becomes undefined. So that tells me nothing. That tells me nothing. I would love a way to be able to know that I'm submitting the form, I guess. That's what I want. And we are enhancing this form, right? Without doing too much, I do want like some nice UX. If I return something, I should get it in the end, I suppose. So yeah, anything we return here, we do get, which is fair enough. But, and if we had a fail, I guess it would have like a message here. But how do we know that the form is submitting? That's my question to the SvelteKit team, because they're brilliant. I'm sure they have a way to do it. It's just not right. SvelteKit. Form success. But the success is true because they return it here. Of course. Huh. I guess we could use this to show a little toast, success UI toast, done before. Which is fair enough. We should actually use this. And we have a toast or something, don't we? Now this reminds me of what we've done a few months ago. Yeah, we're doing like all the form state stuff. Ugh, nobody wants to do this. So we've had this alert, I guess. And we could also be returning an error. We'll test drive this once we figured out the authentication problems. So once we can authenticate playwright to get into this page, we will get here too. All right, so let's copy this situation, this toast thingy. Because I don't want to do 2 months. And I mean, at the end of the page, page form success. That happens. Then I want this to fly in. That's the only case they care about. So we care this thing. Oh, we could also have this back. So yeah, maybe instead of success. Do we never dismiss this? Guess not. Sometimes undefined. Sure. Cool. So we make it here. We say I want this to be Johnny M. We get this. Great. Nailed it. Stays there forever. Never gets dismissed. We should be dismissing this for sure. Still works. And you can submit it without this. The real Z's will know that there's a space there, unfortunately. 10% to be sure. It's fine. Don't spend too much time on little things. So this never finds a way, I guess. It's kind of annoying because this never resets. So yeah, let's take care of that probably. All right, so this alert, disappearing alert. Should it be an effect? I guess so. So let's do a let. So alert state false, and then as an effect, or derive or not. Sure. So if this changes to success, let's create a timeout, I guess. Yes, autocomplete this, you're doing it. Good. It thinks we're in Node, but I know better. And then we can clear the timeout too. And here, we can set for show alert. So when we submit, we should see this for just 5 seconds, and then 5 seconds later, this should go back to false. Great. And if we do it again, then it updates. If we do something like this, doesn't immediately get there. Interestingly enough. Let's check this. Kinda works, I guess. Can I key this? Maybe. Not sure. Oh well. All right. Nailed it. Beautiful. So we're updating the user's name. Great, almost 4 hours in. We need to allow for multiple providers because I do want to post this live so you can play around and log in if you want. And I don't want to ask you to log in again next week. So, oh, unfortunately, my coffee is gone. Always unfortunate, but we can do it. So as a reminder, what have we done so far? We have this auth schema for Drizzle, which has a users table, which has quite a lot of information now. You don't need all of that. You don't need anything really, you just need the ID. We just went a bit crazy. And we do need a sessions table. But we follow the instructions to just provide a GitHub login, but we know that we'll want different login like Google as was suggested and magic link login. So we'll actually need 3 tables. The users table, the sessions table, because to validate the user session, that's going to work the same, but another table that maps users to their providers that they've used, which could be still GitHub, but could also be Google or whatever else we add in the future. If we do this now, then you can log in with GitHub, even if we only provide GitHub now. And when we add Google, I won't need to do anything crazy with migrations. So we can finalize the schema that we'll actually be migrating to. Now, let's see what they claim we can do. So now they're saying that we need another table. With a composite primary key. Can you do that with Drizzle? Who knows? Maybe. And provider ID, provider user ID, so that's the GitHub ID, I guess. And that's the actual user ID. Cool. GitHub username we can keep for the user because I guess in this app we don't need it, so maybe I won't keep it actually now that I think about it. But for Johnnify Premium, I would actually be using this because I do show that you have linked to your user account. So the moment you convert, you get the access to the private GitHub repo. But that's by the by. So that's the providers to users table. And we don't say anything to Lucia themselves, I guess. Should be providers. Users providers. So they have a provider ID, which is text not null. They have provider user ID, which can be anything. We saw that in GitHub, actually, it's number, right? But I guess you can store a number as text. So but that's what we gotta do now. And the user ID is gonna be like this for sure. And we're thinking now, so this pivot table providers and users should be something, but maybe the GitHub ID we don't store here. Maybe the GitHub username we don't store here. We don't care about that. So in Lucia as well, we don't care about those things as far as the user is concerned. But we do need to change quite a lot of things. And we need a compound key, composite primary key as well. So let's see how we can do this with Drizzle. Composite. Can you do it? Oh, easy. Book to author, even name it the same. So SQLite table, this is what we are defining here. And this is another reason why I do like having just the Auth.js schema. So even if I have 2 tables or 3 or whatever, they're all in here in the one place. So after we pass the options here, name of the table, the columns, and then this can get a method, I suppose. That we can do some cool stuff with. Doesn't need a custom name. Primary key is going to be provider ID and provider user ID. Great. I'll come and case them here. So big thing, these ones should be named like this. And here, provider ID and provider user ID. They uncopied here. Whoops. And no custom primary key, don't need that. So that should be fine. That's all they want. Great. We know that in GitHub, this is actually a number, but that's fine. And then we need to amend what we're doing in the callback. And yeah, I guess that's about it. And this can be an enum, I guess. Actually. So this one's going to be an enum, and it's just going to be GitHub for now. And let's infer a few things. I don't think we'd ever be using this type, but who knows? So now in our callback, here, we want after we fetch the GitHub user, we want to do a few things. Check if they already have an account. Oh, they call it Auth account here. Interesting. So do we call it something like that? I'm not sure. I guess they call it like this for a reason. Should be Auth accounts. Providers to users makes sense. Anyway, we need this where to happen. And then if there is an existing account, blah, blah, blah. But then they do a transaction to insert the user and insert this auth account. Kind of makes sense. So this is the else condition. Can only imagine. So the existing user, I can't select it like that. We should do something different. And they get the user ID like this. Could be the same. Still user related, maybe that's the concern. So now we just want to check the providers to users table. And we want to check providers to users provider ID. And we can turn this into a string. No, it should be provider user ID. Because this should be a part of an end. Providers to users, provider ID. Should be GitHub. Fair enough. Let's be importing this like this. Just in case we want to pass in the variable in a different way, for example, in Vitess tests. All right, so now this should return the user ID, which should be the user ID. Great. Amazing. And we should update this interface to also say returns the user's ID. So in the callback, this should return the same thing, but this is the existing user ID. If we have an existing user ID, we just pass it along here. I guess, yeah, we don't do any creates. We just do whatever we were doing before. Great. The different stuff is when we need to create a user, because we'll need to do two things behind the scenes. We'll need to do two things behind the scenes, he says. And that's why they're doing a transaction here. We want to insert something in the users table and in the other table, which is not crazy. So maybe create user, gets user information, which is not this, and provider information. For extra obviousness, if that's obvious at all, or explicitness. Provider ID can only be one of three, according to what we've defined before. So what are we doing for the fantasy stuff, actually? And I'm thinking that I can actually use this in the auth declaration here, then like this. And I think for some reason I need to hunt these up for the seeding and schema files to work without SvelteKit, because the scripts run without SvelteKit. Kind of makes sense. All right, so create user, slightly different. Needs this, and it needs provider ID being GitHub, and this. So that kind of makes sense. Then we create a user like this, but what actually happens there? So create user actually has a provider. but we need to do the transaction here. How do you do transactions with Drizzle? Who knows? What's the default? Who knows? So it seems we need to do a transaction, and in here we don't want to provide this. We want to do a transaction insert, get the ID back, and then do another thing to add the record somewhere else. What are we going to be adding? Just the user values. Great. And then I guess we just return this, because all we need is to return the ID in the end, but we also want to whoa. So this would be the same, but we also want to insert to the other table. We want to insert some stuff. We want to insert like these things. And I don't think we need to commit. I think it's just done for us. So user ID is this. Is provider correct? Yeah. Let press, dear Lord. Return nothing. Wait, nothing. I don't know what this is. Cool. And we don't need to commit. No commit. Yeah, I guess that just finishes and we're done. Transactions within transactions. It's crazy. Alright, return this ID. I can only imagine this returns a string in the end. It returns this. And I think this will manage to insert stuff into tables. So I think somehow we've done it. I'm gonna find out. Let's log out. Right, and this is like GitHub specific. Problem here. Casing problem. Right, so local Drizzle. Delete this guy. Let's see if the cascade works. The cascade works. and try to db sync. Great. And so now let's restart Drizzle Studio. Great, we have the new table, we have the users with less stuff. Let's see if it's gonna work first time for real this time. My new person going in, just one button to begin, click it. Long. Not too bad. So what's our problem? That's table. Main old push users. What? Main old push users, it says. That's kind of crazy. Let's look at the old schema. So we have the users table, indeed, we have the sessions table, and we have the providers users table, which is fair enough. Provider ID, provider user ID, and user ID. That all looks fine to me, to be honest. And the first question is, do we make it here? Like, can we correctly do this fence request? This request? Because the answer may be no. But if not, maybe this fails. So let's try again. It feels like a transactions problem. Yeah, so creating the user. So our crazy create user command was too crazy. This one, we pass in the user email name, outer URL, provider ID, and user ID. Fair enough. And then we get in here, right? And then we get in the transaction. And then we're trying to do like an insert and like those crazy things. Can you do it in SQLite? I think so. So we are kind of waiting this on the other level. We're doing a transaction. And we just update and update again. And that's just some extra options, I guess. Could it be the returning? I'm not sure. Is it trying to do something crazy because of SQLite? Just to do something different. Nope. So it's trying to create like a different table just to do the transaction. It seems like a problem. Looks like a Drizzle problem. Not even 700 issues, no problem. Don't use it. So yeah, not sure. Yeah, I'll definitely not debug it this way for now. But let's see if I delete the database. Okay, create a new one. And then seed it. Sync it, and then seed it. Right, so syncing problems. If we were doing migration today, everything would have just worked. It's the moral of the story. Oh well. So let's have a look at that. So we have this guy saved, and we have the GitHub provider and the GitHub user ID. Even though it's a number, you can save it in a text field, and this reflects this user here. Great. So everything just works. And we are ready to add the next account. But account linking, what if you have logged in with GitHub and then you want to log in with someone else? The things we'll want to refactor in a future episode is like potentially making our server method, seeing how much we can abstract into a different method here. Like we can make this be a dynamic slug, like provider, and then we have the same logic for most of it is the same logic regardless of the provider. But we will need to do some different things. Like for GitHub, we know that we fetch the user like this, and yeah, I'm not sure if that's going to be the case for other ones, but we'll see. We'll take care of that in the future with dynamic route params. No more console logs. Does logout and back login work? Yes, works perfectly. What if I've logged in with GitHub and now I'm trying to log in with Google? So what do we do then? And they are having a notice here that make sure that you're using a provider that has verified their email address. It says, assume that they've not verified it, but for GitHub and Google, you have actually verified. Like they know that you're using that email indeed. But anyone can create a social login provider in an auth flow. Like you can do it. So maybe you're not validating anything. So keep that in mind. And here, oh my God, they're getting all of the emails here. Interesting. Yeah, we may keep this for next time, given we're like 4.5 hours in. Because this is good enough for now. They are just checking the primary email, which is fair enough. We are already getting this from the user object. Like you see the primary email there, so you don't actually need to do this call. So I don't think this is necessary. They are checking whether this is verified. Or maybe I was wrong. Maybe you can create a GitHub account without verifying your email. I thought that's not true. But and here's how you can add like integrations, like link Google, and then we can show your Google Calendar or whatever. Yeah, I think I'll make more of a plan and come in here soon. Doesn't look too crazy. Essentially, they have an email column like we had, and they're checking whether they've already logged in with us. Yeah, it's best to show with the Google stuff. And the Google stuff, we will do next time. Just so here, have created a Loot Goblin web app with the Google Cloud, but it is in testing. It needs a few things to be authorized, like a terms page and a privacy policy page. Until then, you can only have either internal users, so in my case, like at magripis.com users, which is none of you, you'll never be able to try this, or manually add users here but that's a limit to 100. And of course, like in theory, you can come to Discord and tell me, you know, I want to try this flow out with Google, but nobody's going to do that. No, if they see the login with Google button, they're going to click it and it's not going to work because they're not in the allow list here. And they'll say, wow, this is not a great app. So what I need to do is to make this app public, I guess, to make it pass the check and move it from testing to production. So that's what I'll try to do. By next time, it's similar to the login flow. You will be creating a public client ID and a private API key for it, and you'll be using that to create that same user journey. They click the login with Google button, and then they go to Google, they click authorize, they can see what type of things we're requesting, like their email and avatar, and then they come back to us, and when they come back to us, we use that information to add some records to our database table. So not too crazy, I would say. So as one of the last things to do, let's add finally that GitHub, that cute GitHub icon. Wasn't that hard? Well, does that look better? Does that look worse? Who knows? I think that looks decent. All right, so we have all these things now to generate a migration and see how crazy it looks. And then offline, I can get in and push stuff to production. So we do have a helper for this to be generate migrations. Let's see what we get. Faulty Archangel. What a name. So it creates the provider's users table, it creates the sessions table, and it creates the users table. This is always a bit scary to me because this references the users table, and yet it feels like it creates it before the users table. I don't know. But yeah, this statement looks like the one they had in the example. Fair enough. Don't think we'll be doing any other crazy things here. I think we've managed to have a decent schema for ourselves. So let's stop this. We are sent out, are we? Yeah. Let's delete our database directory. Let's recreate it. Need to run it first. Migrate it. Great. Seed it. Great. We can see loot. Amazing. And can we still log in? The answer is yes, because we're awesome. All right. So I think that's going to be it for today. Now that we have these migrations, these are going to run automatically when we push production, because we've done that. We've done this migrate thing. So that's great. But I still need to manually update them with the dev Turso, which I'll run first just in case and see what happens. Cool. We still don't know what to do with the mailing list. Well, I still keep it like this. Like this main page, I may recategorize over the weekend. But next up, log in with Google as well, and maybe magic links and testing. We'll see. As always, let me know what you'd rather see, what you'd love to see next. There are many, many things that we can still do. It's been a pleasure to show things today and code along with you. I hope you did have lovely Fridays. Maybe Friday is just beginning for you. Maybe it's only going to get better. I know you're going to have amazing weekends. Here it's a long weekend in Spain. Which is always an extra treat, isn't it? But I am gonna also have my fun for the weekend. Again, thanks a bunch for your time. I appreciate you coding along or watching this. Suggest in these comments, in the Discord, wherever you want, what you want to see. If you're like, okay, I followed along, I don't particularly want to do this on my own, of course, you can find links in the description, click around, and get access to this repository yourself with Johnnify Premium. Also a way to support what we're doing here, but tremendous value for me. Like I don't want to talk about this too much, but it really is the way I fulfill real contracts and real projects. I start off with these repos and others I've created in the past, and it saves tons of time. It's a great way to under promise and over deliver, because you get such a head start to do things that every app needs, like Auth, most apps that I create do need, and starting from this project is going to give me a heads up in the future. All right. Thanks again. Have a lovely day. I'll see you around.